We are live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. We got Alex will be joining us here shortly, just waiting for this debate to start. Thank you for joining us for your live reaction. If you're here watching, I know there's many places you can go for this live reaction on this debate. So if you're here, welcome. Glad to have you. Love it. God bless you. And like I said, my co-host Alex will be joining me shortly. But I wanted to jump on right on time in case the debate does start right on time. I don't expect that it will. I think, it's not going to be as bad as the NFL, where the games kick off 30 minutes after the supposed start time because of, Super Bowl nonsense. But it is 11, and it was scheduled to start at 11, and is not. I got the stream queued up. It is not here yet. But Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. I've never seen Candace Owens debate before. I have no idea how she's gonna do. I do know what type of person she is. So this should be interesting. This should be very interesting. Two very powerful personalities. If you've ever seen Andrew Wilson debate, he can. If you are weak-minded, he will dominate you in the debate and make you look very silly and foolish. But Candace Owens is not weak-minded. You may think that she is wrong. I think personally she's wrong. That's why what I'm hoping for is a royal embarrassment of Candace Owens today. And so I'm hoping that's what we get. I hope we get a royal embarrassment of Candace Owens. But she is not weak-minded. She's not like an opponent Andrew has faced outside of, maybe Destiny, but even made him look foolish. He's made a lot of people look foolish. Good debaters. Even Dinesh D'Souza, who debated the Israel thing, is it moral to support Israel? And he took the position that I actually agree with. And Andrew had defeated him. You had to chalk it up whether you agreed with Andrew or not that he won that debate against Dinesh. But nonetheless, this should be entertaining regardless. We'll add my co-host to the stage. Welcome, Alex. Good to see you, buddy.
How you doing?
I cannot. It's probably my mic. Hold on.
My stream never went live.
Test. Give me a
Test 1 2. Test.
Oh no, my headphones are jacked. I'm getting.
While Jeremiah fixes this,
I'm getting.
Oh, brother, you went. I can't hear you. You're muted though.
Haha, there we go.
All right. Hey, we have a problem though. I told you I created a link for us, and you created one as well.
Oh,
so we're on separate streams, and I don't know what to do now. Here's what I'll do. I'll change mine since you're already live.
Are you able to jump
Yeah,
on here?
I just have to grab all of my information.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. 1 second. You entertain.
Okay. Yes. Welcome, folks. Welcome. Well, Alex, technical. We always run into technical difficulties because, I am basically 40 going on 80. So I guess all these young people technologies I can't figure out. Looks like the debate. I thought the debate was actually getting ready to start. I saw some movement here on PBD's channel, but then now it's just back to the thumbnail. So not sure what's going on. I knew it wouldn't start on time. But before Alex jumped on, yes, we were talking about how I hope Candace will get embarrassed, but she is no slouch. She is just as big and powerful as a personality as Andrew Wilson is. And I expect, regardless of which position you take in this debate, Again, I hope Andrew destroys her, embarrasses her, like to the point to where it's impossible for her to recover from this embarrassment. Is what I'm hoping has happened, but I don't know. I don't know. She's a snake. She can manipulate her way into. She can manipulate a situation into her favor, I think, regardless of what happens here. So, is Michael Knowles right? Is Michael Knowles right in that this debate will solve nothing? Nothing's going to come of this. This is just for clicks. But Andrew is actually paying money to do this, so he's not doing it just for the clicks. He's doing it, I truly believe, because he is angry at how this has divided people, the conservative movement specifically. Candace Owens, I don't think her intentions are pure. She's not doing this for Charlie. She's doing this for herself. That is painfully obvious. So yeah, I hope I don't know what to expect. All cards are on the table. I don't know what if Kalshi or Polymarket are taking bets on this in any way, shape, or form. Maybe Alex can let us know, because Alex is the better. Who, me?
Alex.
No, lady. I've been doing streams not streams. I do recorded videos too, but quite some time. Ohio Patriot, are you in the house? If you are, give us a holler. Waiting on there he is.
Yo.
Look at that handsome devil. Where's your hat, bro? It's kind of our staple, you know? Did you lose it? Did you throw it away?
Now you get to be full screen again.
Totally fine. But yeah, just waiting on this. I don't know if you're in the chat watching. Let us know who you think is going to win this debate, or which side you take in this debate. I don't think Candace, I don't think her motives are pure. If I thought she was coming from a good place, that her heart was in the right place, then I could be sympathetic to Candace's position. But I don't think that she has handled this in a graceful way. She's been a liar. She told Erica Kirk that she would specifically quit doing this if Erica said to stop. And then Erica told her to stop, and she was like, just kidding. And kept on going. And it's just been one grift after another for Candace, who is a master at the grift. You have to give her that. Like, besides Joe Rogan, she might have the second biggest show. Is that correct information?
I just saw a chart about the views, and she's pretty much up there. I think she's like 3rd or 4th in the world right now.
Yeah. Hey, fun fact about this library. We do have, if you missed our show on Thursday night, we do a political commentary show on Thursday nights. And we are the #1 political commentary show on Thursday nights, where one host has a fake library in the background. Oh, possibly real. The jury's out on that one. And one host has an American flag in the background. No one has the #1 show in those parameters. So
yep. So
definitely catch us on Thursday nights, 9:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So they are live. It's just nothing happening.
I refreshed the screen. I'm on, and it's I just got thumbnail. That's all I got.
Gotcha. Is it live on Candace too?
It's live on Candace and Wilson.
And Crucible, yep.
I am looking at the chat, and PBD is never on time. The future isn't bright. The future is late. The chat in PBD's podcast is going wild at this time.
Holy crap. There's 123,000 people on Candace's stream right now.
Oh, man. That's
What's on PBD?
30,000.
And 8,000 over on the Crucible.
Wow. So the Candace army is out in full force. So if the chat gets to vote on who wins this debate, we know Candace is going to win.
Oh, and then the Whatever podcast is also live. They have 8,000, and they have an Andrew Wilson debate bingo card. That would have been fun.
We should have thought of something. Well, we decided to do this last minute. If we had planned this, I probably would have found something fun for us to do and for our chat to do, because that would have been really cool to play bingo or like a drinking game or something. Although we don't.
Yeah. Drinking at 11 a.m.
Drinking at 11 a.m.
Drinking
Chinese symbols.
Coffee
They're
shots.
mostly bots. I hope you're probably right, because a lot of this is how, and this was exposed during when was it? I want to say this was exposed during the Biden administration at some point, where it was found out that most of the progressive liberals fans and subscribers were bots. Like a good chunk of their audience was just bots. And once Trump goes away, I think you'll see that in spectacular fashion. Like a lot of these progressive liberal accounts will crash out because they have nothing to talk about once Trump leaves office.
There's in the music industry, it's commonplace to buy streams as well.
Is it really?
Yeah, very common. Like even the top artists, so they might get like Drake even is buying. A third of his views come from his label buying them. That's like every major rapper.
Yeah. Folks, regardless of where you're watching on mine or Alex's stream, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to our channels. We're waiting on the debate to start. It has not started yet. We got just thumbnails on the screens. The chat,
jealous? No, not in the common terminology. I would. How do you say it? Like, it's not jealousy. Like, I respect Candace's hustle in the sense of, like before Charlie, she was doing good numbers too. It's not like, I mean, obviously now she's doing astronomical numbers.
As a capitalist, she's a genius. I'll give her that. She knows how to work an audience. She knows how to build a brand. She's not a dummy. I think she's just a lying snake.
Yeah. There you go. Let's see how much money she's made in Super Chat so far since we've been live.
Oh, man.
$3,720.
Wow. And there has not been a single word spoken in the debate yet. And she's already made over $3,000.
Oh, 303,000.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you said $300,000?
No. I was joking because the 300K she's getting from Andrew, or she already got.
That's true. Yes, she did get paid. Yes, go. We are Trump fans here. I don't know how you could tell. It's not like we're wearing any patriotic gear or anything. So,
but yeah, if you're a patriot, you must be pro-Trump.
God is the I am. Yes, I just taught that's funny. I just taught my students about God being the I am, or I will be teaching that this coming Sunday. We're talking about the Trinity, teaching my students the Trinity.
Dude, everybody's live watching this. It's crazy. Alex, Soren, Ruslan.
Of course, everybody. Holy cow.
Dude, I thought Alex Hormozy was covering this. It's just, he's not, though. He's doing something else. Jim Bob's covering it. I mean, AP. Oh, no. Okay. AP's live. Wait, yeah. What is AP live?
Yeah. If you decided to watch with us, God bless you. We're
right,
rather new streamers.
Alex Murdaugh retrial. That's what they're doing, AP. Imagine if AP was covering this live.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Wow. Church of the Eternal Logos. Dude, everybody's live right now.
Jeez. What'd you say?
Wow, Steven Crowder's live.
Steven. Of course Steven's live. He wouldn't miss this. And then everybody's going to have content off this for the next 2 weeks.
Dude, this is I was telling people at work, I said, this is the Super Bowl of my world here.
No joke. Like I dabble in the debate world. Like I'm not even like a debate like bro. I don't religiously watch debates, and I was excited for this because this extends beyond simple just debate world, right? This Charlie Kirk was larger than life, and his death in some ways changed America just as drastically as COVID.
Yeah.
And the fact that, and I think that's why this is so huge. And Candace, how about Candace pretending she didn't know who Andrew Wilson was?
No, not at all. And he actually proved that she knew exactly who she was.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's all she does is lie.
He actually showed a tweet of her saying something about him 3 days before he went on Rogan.
Yeah, right. Like she already commented about him. Like, how are you going to forget that you already commented about Andrew Wilson before claiming that you didn't know who the heck he was?
She did the Eminem. Someone asked Eminem about how like did you hear this diss song about you by this person? And he said, who? And they were like, this person. And he said, who? And he just kept saying it's a good strategy.
Too much. Hey, illegal immigration is trash. I agree. I won't attack the people unless, of course, they're, criminals or rapists or grapists. I'm sorry. Let's be
Right,
careful on
right.
YouTube here. But yeah, no, illegal immigration, cancel it all. I'm glad the border's closed. Can't deport enough of them fast enough. Agreed.
Yeah. Americans, this is America. You can say what you want, but you two idiots are serious about supporting Trump. I mean, come on. Why? Here's one very simple reason. The border is closed.
There's that, and we're
Uh,
we're two of however many tens of millions of Americans also support Trump.
yeah,
So
who are serious about
you act like
supporting
we're the
Trump.
only two on here supporting Trump.
No one, literally the biggest live event on YouTube of the year, but no one cares about Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. Totally makes sense. MAGA fight. I wouldn't. If you're talking about this debate, I don't think Candace is MAGA. I would not consider her MAGA in any way.
Yeah, I would. She's like Tucker in that regard.
Yeah, they pretended to be MAGA until I don't know. Money from Qatar came in, I guess. U.S. deciding food
I did
quality
just
of
hear
soldiers.
about this.
Yeah, ships based upon their ranking. When a soldier's jumping reason. What is this?
A soldier jumped off of a ship that's been stranded. I'm not sure exactly the full story. I just heard this.
Huh.
Yeah.
We'll
Well,
cover it on
Pelkus,
our
regardless
conversation.
of if you heard about it or not, it still is the largest live event of the year.
Hey, well, we're glad you chose us to watch it. We're still waiting on it to start. I'm monitoring the chat to make sure I don't need to refresh my screen here. But the chat is still waiting, it seems. Nothing. Oh, starting soon. Something popped up that said starting soon.
So we made some predictions last night.
We did.
Yeah. Man, dude, I was thinking last night, there's some websites like Kalshi where you can create your own prediction market. And I was thinking, I was like, man, should I do some on this debate? Because it would be fun.
Yeah. What was there? Was there anything to bet on?
I didn't see anything.
Huh. Yeah, I guess how would you do that though? You know what I mean? Like because it's all subjective. If there's not going to be a declared winner.
Well, no, but you can do how many words is Candace? How many times will Andrew call her stupid? You can there's some things you can do. How many times does PBD have to interject? You could say, look, dude, there's so many. How many words do they say in the debate? Like, there's a lot of things.
So you checked Kalshi. And there's nothing.
Yeah, Kalshi. Yeah, there's nothing. No.
We deserve it, Alex. We deserve being called names. Hurting my feelings.
I'm gonna go cry.
I'm gonna go cry.
If I was rich like Andrew Wilson, I would use his line. I'm gonna go cry into a pile of hundreds.
All day, every day. Prove that. Prove it. Go right now and find me something in the last 10 minutes that Trump called somebody a name. Okay, let me get some facts about this boat incident while we're waiting. Still waiting. Got it. I got it queued up. As soon as it starts, we're gonna put it on the screen. I hope it starts relatively soon. Okay. So confirmed details. Oh wait, this is telling me about a boat attack. No.
No.
The boat.
It's a USS something. Have a good one, Smarty Jones. Appreciate you stopping by. Hit the like button on the way out.
Yeah, hit that. Yeah, hate like us. Idiots. What? Such high IQ. Such high IQ. If that's the best you can do, I mean, God help you. God help you. Okay, I had to correct. It was giving me something about a Houthi attack. Like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. It's like the boat. It's like running out of supplies or something. The incident you're referring to is the prolonged deployment of the USS Abraham Lincoln, who's getting relieved. There is a ship relieving them. Let's see here.
Hello, love from Iran. Thanks for trying to liberate my dear country. We love your country and your President Trump. We love you too, Faraz.
Yes, freedom for the Iranian people. Free Persia. Get Islam out of there. Get Islam out of there.
God bless Israel. I really liked a lot of the things that Charlie Kirk said. Unfortunately, the New Age internet movement is very confused. The Lord Jesus is the only truth. That is true. He is the only truth. Amen.
That is objectively true. Okay, so here's the thing about this. You have to wait on this boat ordeal because all the facts coming out are reported by NBC. So I don't trust anything that NBC or CNN or ABC or CBS, and even to some extent Fox, don't trust what they say either. So give it about 3 or 4 days, and then we'll know what's really going on there. Yeah. But it does appear that there is a shortage of supplies on the boat, which is why they're being relieved. That seems to be the only objective fact that we can confirm right now. A sailor went overboard, and they confirmed it as an incident. They didn't say he jumped. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has called reports of dire conditions completely misrepresented. So, of course, the administration is going to deny it. I would expect them to. So, really, we have conflicting reports. We don't know what's really going on. So, to jump to conclusions would be silly at this point in time. But yeah, absolutely. Supplies are low. We can confirm that. And someone did go overboard. We can confirm that. But we cannot confirm that they jumped because they're like suicidal.
Yeah.
10 of you watching, hit that like button. Love you guys. Thanks for choosing us to watch this live stream. We are waiting for it to start. It has not started yet.
140K on Candace.
Jeez, that's just crazy.
33 on PBD, 10 on Crucible.
I'm actually surprised.
10 on whatever.
50.
Well, dude, it hasn't even started yet.
That's true. Once it starts, do you think this is why they're delaying it? Like, let's let the audience build up.
No, they're probably, dude. This is like they're gonna be at each other's necks. They're probably already starting with the back and forth and all of this stuff.
Everybody in the chat is.
You want to do that real quick?
Candace is back out. What?
Sorry, you only have one screen. Let's make a virtual drink list.
Oh,
we can do that while we wait.
Yeah. While we wait, do you want to?
I'll write them down.
Like a Google Doc or something.
Yeah, I'll create it.
Okay. Well, we gotta have one for every time Candace mispronounces a word. That's obvious. That would get you drunk right there.
We should timestamp them too, and then do a video after. Yeah. All right, so
let me pull up a notepad. I will do that.
Every time Candace mispronounces a word.
Okay, everyone takes a drink when Candace mispronounces a word.
And don't actually do this, sir. I don't get it because you're gonna get just.
You're an adult. If you're an adult, you do as you please. I'm not going to promote it, but hey, I'm not going to stop you. If you, hey, it's happy hour somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, what else? What else can we do? Chat, help us come up with one as well.
You think it'd be bad taste for Charlie Kirk channel to cover the?
I don't know. I don't think that they will.
No, I don't think they will.
I don't think that they will. Let's see. What else?
Yeah, they're not. They haven't even talked about it.
Every time Andrew Wilson curses.
Says okay. You want? Okay. All right. Every time Andrew cusses. Okay, Andrew, I love you. This isn't mine. Well, this is from Germany. All right. What about All right, here's what I'm going to do because I know it. I've watched quite a few of Andrew's debates.
Okay.
He's probably going to be wearing a Crucible hat. So this is how you know Andrew's is like, I can't believe how dumb this person is.
So every time he face palms. Every time he face palms. Okay.
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh,
every time she attacks Erica.
Put that one up too.
Candace attacks Erica.
Every time Jews are mentioned or Israel, every time Israel is mentioned.
Okay, got that one. And then what was the other one? The facepalm.
Yeah, facepalm. I think that's a good list. List. Publish the list. Oh, here we go. We're up.
Charlie respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him.
They're close, huh?
The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So
what if there's
it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes,
You missed out.
we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered,
perfect choice,
but it ended up being this format that we have here today.
Crowder's doing
So
a
with that
drinking
being
list
said,
too.
Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence
He's copying us.
that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by
Another
overwhelming
100,000
is I just
over on
find it
Rumble,
very
by the way.
convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say
Between
overwhelming
Crowder,
evidence.
Candace, and Crucible.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire.
Israel, take a drink.
This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened.
Love it.
In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025.
I almost
I'm going to
spit
share
my
the
drink
message with
all
you
over my computer
today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
Oh,
That was a message sent
Wow.
September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said.
He was
That he
killed
was
2
worried
days
the
later.
left was going to try to kill him.
not Israel.
Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been.
They are idiotic.
But that's what
And
happens
evil.
when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets.
Yep.
And I think it's
Yeah.
ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more
Overwhelming.
evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case.
Oh,
and I
drink.
just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I
70,
showed
you
her
watch it,
clips
hit
in
that
which
thumbs
she
up
said
button.
she
Thanks
believed
for
the
joining
evidence
us.
of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all,
Pretty
only
simple.
speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible.
I can't wait for
Dreams,
Candace's
vibes, feelings, things like this.
because I listened to
Almost
Wilson, so
done.
I
by the
know.
way. I
Like,
have
I'm
no
like, all right,
problem
he says
defending
he's
the
been
state's
saying these
case and
things.
welcome Candace
Okay.
bringing up
Yeah,
any
yeah, yeah.
challenges
Yeah,
she
this
would
is all
like.
rehash
But
for
if
him,
I'm honest,
basically.
the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 was for this debate was to finally have a chance
But
for
what's
someone
Candace
to
gonna
demand Candace be
stick
held
to, right?
accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation.
Investigation.
She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She
She is
uses her
trying.
considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class.
Yes.
She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking
Yep.
the very organization Charlie spent his life building.
Nailed it.
And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Andrew.
Give it to her.
Candace.
Did you get it out of your system?
Go
Yeah.
donate
Okay,
to
great.
Andrew Wilson.
Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate.
I
And
didn't
will
prepare
just
an opening
speak to the
statement.
audience. We've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie.
She's already got
and
Adderall mouth.
diminishing
Yep.
the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government
I
a
thought
great
you
many
weren't going to
times
preamble.
over, I mean,
I
just
don't
the
want a
last
preamble,
couple of
but here I
years,
go
if you just think of the
preambling.
things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I need to waste time with the
$300,000.
preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many
You're smarter than Miss
influencers.
Cleo.
It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying
Hit that
I had
like
a dream
and-
last
and
night.
subscribe button while
I
you're
don't
here.
think that
That
I
share
think that
button.
diminishes
Appreciate
you
you guys.
as an argument. Obviously,
Hit that
we
like
have
and
presented a
subscribe.
lot of
Thanks for joining
evidence.
us
You
for
just
the
presented
reaction.
a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation.
Drink.
It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And
This is
then
her
we had
opening
a
statement,
round of
providing her
influencers
strongest
who
evidence, by the
lied
way.
and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say,
Check your private
actually
chat.
on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when
You're drunk
all of
already.
these things
You've
happen in
been
immediate
drinking alcohol.
aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look
Okay.
at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling.
What? My
the
dream is now
extraordinary
reality?
People that they're sending out
up.
to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you
Her
came
favorite
today.
word.
I don't need to,
We
like
should've
I
did
said,
that.
take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just a open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you
Here's
in
the
that
drinking
chair. It
game
should be the
list, by the
person
way,
that took
folks, if
Charlie's
you're
place,
new.
maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
You're an
Just out of
influencer.
curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What
How
is
dare
the
he
likelihood
be?
that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at zero.
So-
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would
those of
say
you
yes.
just joining,
he
this is the
was.
drinking game list
I
up
don't
on
know
your
what
screen.
role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels.
How many
that
times
he
did she
has.
say
I
that?
mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop
just
on
said,
Losi. That
do you
day,
have any evidence?
based
She
on
said,
the
yeah, I can't
evidence
wait
that
to get
has
into the
been-
evidence
Do you think
Andrew
he was
has.
shot?
I do not
catch,
think that
good
Charlie
catch.
was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot it all.
I don't know. I think that a
Could be her.
projectile hit
Hold on.
Charlie, and I'm open to
just asking
other
questions.
people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we
Matt
see maybe
Dillahunty,
if we're
I
gonna,
remain
have an
unconvinced.
olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. you're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had
I got a bad back.
a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low C,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I
I've
do
watched
think
a
we
lot
need
about
more
the caliber
answers on,
debate.
and I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
And
there's
we
been
can get to
a
those
lot of
things as
videos, a
well.
lot of gun YouTubers doing
The other
videos
thing
on that
is
stuff.
in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And hours away to- that's the
what's
first time I heard
compelling
that.
evidence that you think you
Yeah.
have there?
Is my
I
mic too
spoke
loud?
to the owner of the restaurant, and have seen
Just a
the
smidge.
receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think, and I think it's compelling evidence, is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd.
It's been proven.
150
Many
grain Remington
have
core lock absolutely
shooters have
could
disputed.
shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
This is how all
Okay,
debates should be,
so
with just
just
a
to
team
start
of
with your
fact checkers
point about
behind
saying
you.
that the gun
Yep.
was found near him. Near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you? Did you watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by
Forget the medical.
Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner,
Mm-hmm.
any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take
We
a
should
gun
write
out
down
of this
any
room right
claim that
now
we
and
think
you could
is-
walk out and plant
she
it in
might
the
not be
woods
true. Like,
near a
that
crime
one
scene.
might not
Like,
be
that's
true.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that
Which
that's
one?
a possibility.
So you
that she
are,
never
you,
said
I think,
it
have said on
wasn't
a
Tyler
platform that you
Robinson's
were a
gun.
gunsmith. Okay, and for how many years?
many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. By the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA
I
instructor
taught
for many, many,
rifles.
many
Okay.
years
So-
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mm-hmm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mm-hmm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
but I want you to respond to 2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's
you're
get
saying
into
he
all
touched
3 of the
it
claims. First, with debris.
Older than
when it
he
comes to
is?
debris, firing rifle
Prints
doesn't
are older
really
than
blow
he
the
is.
debris out
Like
of the barrel.
what kind of claim is
that?
that?
You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more
Good point,
likely that
Patriot.
he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this
Notice she
particular
didn't deny her
testimony,
lie.
you agree with me that
Yeah.
there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis
well,
during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was
Own
the
up to
most
your
degraded.
lie.
So
Even
I'm
if-
asking you to
but let's-
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The
Okay,
person who took
hang on,
it.
I'm just
okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's
Okay.
granted.
Why argue
So
about
what?
this, Candace? You said
Right.
she was
What do you
smart,
mean, so what?
Jeremiah.
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that
I was wrong.
if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
You said it takes more than 40 years
Yeah,
to degrade
so, wait a
fingerprints,
second.
lady. He's
You're
in his
saying
20s.
that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where
Who's
she
Matt
was speaking
Robinson?
about how they got samples
think.
of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on
Here's
the
the
gun.
drinking
She's
game list for those of you
explicitly
just joining
named
us.
Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything.
Yeah, no,
about him being a
that's
patsy.
insane.
It said it's
That's
evidence to support the claim that he could have been
just said it
set
proved
up
your claim.
as a patsy.
So this
Yeah.
is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, you
hang on. I didn't cut you off.
Yeah.
Right?
Let him speak.
You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
thank
don't let me
you.
ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
You've said a
Okay,
million
I'll
Get to
wait,
the end of
I'll
the
wait
sentence.
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often
PBD
shoot
is
this
just
weapon,
like-
and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's
job
prints
is
on
easy so
this.
far.
Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints
he
on
can't
things
let
that
her
live together,
filibuster.
that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's
How would
prints,
it
and that could
degrade?
demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to
yeah.
Robinson
Notice
being
how
a
she's not
patsy.
answering that.
Okay, I just described
Yeah.
that for you, so I
No,
can
you didn't.
explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the
Well,
preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and
No,
convincing.
what
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It
dominating
means none of that
conversation.
information that was presented
Yeah.
is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no,
No. This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this
Well,
is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the
we
evidence
need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every
The
single
team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it
Sneaky
up.
snake.
And then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim,
Thanks for joining us for this live reaction. Hit that
So I'll
thumbs up
read
button.
this.
Just
Subscribe
what are
to
we
our
looking at, just so we
channels.
know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted
Candace.
that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree, they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority,
again, no dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no-
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give,
what's
please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of no, that is what's in dispute. It means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary
Andrew needs to
hearing is
take
based
over
off
the
of hearsay. In
conversation a
fact,
little bit.
Lance's
Yeah.
testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm
say,
not disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is
now.
a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're getting
I
upset
am
now.
telling
Literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
But
I'm
I have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready.
I think you.
I
Let's
just
pull that
can't
up. Let's
pull
pull
out
that up. I'm
1102.
I am
Get there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm
We
saying,
understand
even if
that
he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is
Can't
that
stop
I don't
talking.
have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say,
The law
Patrick
doesn't say
told
it
me
has to be
that
hearsay.
he did this on
is his
Monday.
point.
Patrick's not here. I'm inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's the point in
Drink.
contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that
Great.
he is
Those of you just
describing,
joining us, here's the
Asking you.
drinking
that he
list.
is using to argue his case, is all based on inference,
Hit that
not
thumbs up.
fact.
Thanks for
Great.
joining us.
Inference, not fact. So
We're
what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say
Wow.
that looks like Tyler
can't
Robinson's
answer.
car, he drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler
Her
Robinson.
strategy
walk
is
me
to
through the
say,
inference.
We both
The
have
I
inference-
weak
understand.
evidence.
It's not a fact. It's not
Right.
a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
no, I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints even if they're degraded equals Patsy. How do you
I
get
didn't
that
say
inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the
but
inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else
Regardless
had
of how
more
dumb,
DNA
evil, and
presence
retarded
on
she
that
is,
gun
I
than
support her
Tyler
'cause she's a
Robinson
woman.
did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay, it is plausible
What?
that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence,
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are.
Honestly, that's a
accepting
good
for some
strategy, 'cause
reason
all
in
of our
the Utah
supporters will be like,
courtroom,
"Yeah, she did say it."
Right, to say,
Right.
I'm going to look at the
You weren't
evidence and I'm
listening.
going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a
fact
fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when
Mm-hmm.
Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And
When
he
she said that, it almost
wearing
seemed
the
like she
same
got that
shoes.
information from someone.
Why is that absurd?
Right.
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the
Okay,
stand.
but I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? if
The
they were
yeah.
idea
changing
that
their
on a
clothes?
college campus,
maybe.
2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously,
That's
it's
a bad
absurd to
strategy,
say.
I'm
by
not-
the
I'm
way.
not
I know
sure-
these are the
I've-
same
I made
people
this
because
mistake
they're
100
both wearing
times.
Converse.
Don't just
I'm
let
not
the
sure
audience
if in
decide.
context
Prove your
is what
point.
happened, but
Over and over.
if it
You can get a
is,
fact check
Right.
on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
false.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when
what
we're
she
talking
does.
about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
any
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you,
has
can,
it.
if you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
put your
did
own
I say
split.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It's really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes, I'm
Actually, I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't.
you
We got to
said,
fact
"Are you
check,
okay?"
and now you're
5
like
times
just going to
already.
gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my
Repent for your
knowledge,
sins.
that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well,
Whatever you
Candace,
want,
why are
Candace.
you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so
She
I would like to
can't
know how
answer.
you
Probably
got to
for
the
different
conclusion.
reasons, you sicko.
And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
Just messing around.
How
guys.
are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing.
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it,
think
if you
that's
By
have
the
it,
not
you
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see
some
me in the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but
has
it
no
sure
evidence,
looked
Matt.
like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream?
Making jokes.
kidding.
No,
James,
it's because I
making jokes.
combined multitudes of evidences.
But also wrong.
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mm-hmm.
he wears Converses. He wears sneakers.
Mm-hmm.
If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing,
Mm-hmm.
that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I
You
would like
just
to
said they're
remind you
allowed
that
to
he
do that
got
at the
use immunity
preliminary.
for that.
You just
Use
defended
immunity.
I
your ability
understand.
to do
Which
that.
means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and I'm
cases.
wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my
They'll
perspective, that Lance has a lot more,
what happens
which I
after
have
they're
said many
both gone.
times. Lance
Tell me
has a
that.
lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything.
Exactly.
And he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April.
Does she have
I believe,
evidence
April
that someone else
28th
did
is
it?
when they
None.
gave that
No.
testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity
She only
to give a
says she has
testimony and to
evidence
say,
of
I'm not really
doubting the
sure,
official story,
but definitely like
which
he
is
wears
not the
jeans
same
and
as
stuff.
evidence for
That's not what he
her.
said.
He did.
position.
Actually, you can get a fact check on
Exactly.
that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not.
I think
He
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at
Good
the pictures
question,
from the
Matt.
surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise
Okay,
for you.
and then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other
Hasn't
one?
face palmed
the
yet.
801.
Yeah, he
Tyler
hasn't-
messages
he's not
saying it's not
frustrated 'cause
hearsay.
he knows
if you have
he's-
that as well.
He's getting exactly what he wants. He's like, yeah, this is easy.
There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you
that
said
are
the
not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the
he
declarant's
hasn't cussed.
testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line,
not
like
gonna
I
answer.
said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party,
Yeah, he's pretty
giving his
hands-off, the
testimony as the
moderator.
opposing party,
He's just
whatever,
kinda doing fact
all of this would
checks.
be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to
Which is why Michael
cross-examine him.
Knowles would have been
So
better.
that is why
Yeah.
his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed
think
to just
Ohio
use
Patriots
hearsay.
asked
And
him
so
No,
the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now
Don't be
into
vulgar,
my
Hitler.
opinion that some
Oh, he
scientific
gets the
aspects, which they kept
advertisement next.
asserting,
That's
like the
awesome.
federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
was. It literally was done under
You-
Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this
Mm-hmm.
stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed,
not
right? Even when they
disputing
got into witness statements and things of that nature.
She's
There's a
literally a
reason why they
leftist
swear
Ohio
you in
Patriot.
and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole
Adderall,
truth.
mouth,
Did
and all.
you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the
Libertarian in the
overwhelming
chat.
majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't.
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Strange
Well,
name,
overwhelming
good
just
opinion.
means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me.
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also wear, that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct, right? What did you find
and this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
lied.
characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and
You
over and
are
over
correct,
again
In and Out.
is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
What
what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can
So
we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or-
matter to me
I'm
either
just
If we're
way.
looking,
going into a
for
different
my
topic, that may be
$7,000
another
check.
30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank
Enough
you.
time for me to take a pee
All right,
break.
you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have
I
lived
got you.
continuously in a small village just outside of
Can you
Jerusalem.
just pause that? Or yeah, mute it.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, yeah, entertain the good folks.
Yeah, I got you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? All right, hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I want to get a sound check in there. I'm standing up because I have a bad back, and at night when I usually do the show, I've stretched all day. I've walked around. My back's good. During the day, I got to stand up, be active. Otherwise, I get a bunch of pain. What do you guys think so far? Who do you think is doing better? Personally, I do think Candace is obfuscating quite a bit. Andrew's doing a good job holding her feet to the fire, but it's not even his turn yet. So it's her turn to prove her case, and she just keeps asking Andrew about like his side of things. So I'm not sure exactly what she's doing here. This is just personal attacks by Candace. She has presented nothing of substance. I agree. I want to. Oh, okay. Poppy Kulo 420. Hopefully you're like 12 years old, because that's about as appropriate of an age for that response. Dadgum Uniparty run by guess who? What are you gonna do about it? Do something about it. Stop talking crap on a live stream and go do something about it. Uniparty. Just say I'm helpless and powerless and I don't know what to do. That's a better way of saying that. You don't have to say it's a uniparty. Candace Owens is a nutcase for sure. And yes, she is extremely annoying. Oh, man. Now, I think it's good so far. I do think they're going to go for a long time because this is still just like Candace's portion. So, just a couple minutes here left on this ad break. What was the wildest thing that you think Candace said? What's up, Jeremiah?
Yo, yes. Wow.
Abolish the government. Oh, gosh.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, okay, do it.
We got some naughty words in the chat.
Abolish
guys.
the government so that we can create a new government.
Right, yeah. What do you think is going to replace the government once you abolish it?
A
Probably
private government.
a private government, yeah. Realistically, you'll probably get some warlords for a little bit, robber barons, before a brand new government is then set up.
Yeah, how would that protect us against Israel's influence? If anything, Israel would come in and just sweep up. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. Israel would take over America. Should we abolish the government? It would just become the
Yeah, if you're
IDF.
so worried about Israel, retard.
Retards in the chat. That's okay. You're allowed to come and be a retard in our chat. Just don't
Yeah,
be
that's
vulgar.
all right.
That's all we ask. Don't be vulgar. You'll get the boot.
Yeah, and your belief in not listening to anybody, to you being your own authority, is enormous as well. What's wrong with authority?
Yeah, what's wrong with authority? Do tell.
Do you have authority over your children, or is that a bad thing?
Probably doesn't have
You
children.
you should just let your children do whatever you want, because authority's bad.
Yeah. If my kid wants to rob the liquor store, I'm gonna let him. If my kid wants to only eat candy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I'm gonna let him.
Yeah, you may as well be a Jew.
Yeah.
I'm not even a Zionist. My friend here is the reasonable Zionist, right? You might as well be Jew. Literally no arguments. That's what happens.
Exactly. This is what happens.
At least when I call you a retard, I give you some evidence and some arguments.
Right. This is a live debate reaction stream where we are supposed to be presenting evidence for our claims, which Candace has not done at all so far in this debate, which I think has been pretty relevant. But you notice that what she's doing, yeah, Candace does. Well, don't worry. So what I think is going on here, this is Candace's portion of the debate, right? So Andrew Wilson will then get his time, and he will get to do most of the talking. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah.
So we
Now,
just got to put up with
PW
Candace. Go ahead.
says you're Zionist if you support Trump. Would I have been Zionist if I supported Kamala Harris for president? Please answer. Sorry, did I cut you off? What were you saying?
No, I'm curious what this guy's gonna say.
Yeah.
He has no arguments at all. Just I can't refute you, so you're a Jew.
Yes. Okay. So if you vote, you're a Zionist. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay.
He agrees.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said yes. If you vote, you're a Zionist.
Vote, you're a Zionist.
All right, how about
All
this?
Voting.
Yeah. If you pay taxes, are you supporting the U.S. government?
Ooh. Do you pay taxes? You supporting the Jews, my friend?
Yes, that is the entailment. You're a Jew if you pay taxes.
If you pay taxes, yep, Zionist. You're a dirty Zionist if you pay taxes.
In fact, you're responsible for every war crime Israel has committed if you pay taxes in America.
People like you honestly should not be allowed to vote, PW. I mean, that's fact.
Yeah.
They were who was doing this? Someone brought up the other day, or was it last night on my way home to jump on our live stream, brought up like the tests that they would make minorities take way back in the day to be able to vote. And some of the questions, I'm like, actually, I don't think any white people would be able to answer these questions in today's America. Like some of the stuff that they had on there, which I can't remember off the top of my head. Some of it was like simple, like find the first, underline the first letter of the first alphabet where it's first used in this sentence. So it's like stuff like that. Weird, like
just like generally, as long as you're not stupid.
Yeah. So it was just like, prove that you're not stupid. Draw a cross over the first T in this sentence. Like just weird stuff like that. I'm like, you know what? I bet a lot of today's overall in America would flunk that test.
And PW, you're wrong. Trump literally said, I'm going to bomb the out of them. All right? I'm going to do it. I'm going to bomb the crap out of them. That's literally what Trump said.
Trump since the 90s has been saying that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. I mean, his stance on Iran has been pretty much the same. Yes, he did say he did run on an anti-war platform, but things change. Hey, and you know what? I'm not too happy with the war because I just paid $4.20 a gallon for gasoline the other day, and that is a direct result of the war. So, I think things could be differently. I think the timing of this was really bad. But
I agree. But to say, oh my gosh, he's anti-war and now he's in a war. He did exactly what he said he wasn't going to do. It's like, well, he literally did. So if he did that, then he also did exactly what he said he was going to do by bombing them. correct?
Correct. This guy feels very strongly.
Yeah, and abolishing the government starts more wars. It doesn't end wars, retard.
That is also true. Yeah, people think war magically goes away if there's no government.
It's just more and more wars everywhere.
That's the most ridiculous.
You know what it sounds like? If women ran the world, there would be no wars.
Yes, that is exactly what it sounds like. Same logic. That's the exact same logic. No one said that. What are you talking about? No one said they were communists.
Yeah, we
I literally
explained
just
our
told
stances.
you I was. I think oil companies...
Lovell, I think you're an alleged pedophile. Not gonna lie, I've heard some stories.
Heard some stories. They say it's hearsay, but it's allowed in the state of Utah.
I think we're back.
Oh, we're back.
I think oil companies are doing some price gouging.
That are
They might be.
watching The Crucible. There's 30,000 concurrent. They're watching. Support
30K on
Andrew
The
Wilson.
Crucible.
That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think
20K
there's
on
225
Crucible.
to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and
thanks for
family.
choosing us.
And if you're
Also,
watching it on
hit that
PVD
thumbs up and
Podcast,
subscribe
do
button
the
for
same there
your
as well.
boys,
This allows
you
us to have
daggum
more
patriots as well.
conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these
Yeah,
conversations.
200
right
on
now.
Candace.
Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that,
63.
let's go back into the text
PBD
conversation
20.
we're having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the
On
cross-examination
Crucible.
stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are,
There's about
this is going
300K
to
watching
be,
right now.
The testimony with the text
Live.
messages,
And then plus another 100K on Rumble.
and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so
Well, what do you have to
right
say,
now
Lovell?
we're focusing on one of these pillars
Defend
in
yourself.
my defense, which is fine.
You made the
I
claim,
understand
Lovell.
that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on,
Just answer
they're
the
not there
question.
to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage.
Intuition.
It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You
I
just don't
felt.
text
Isn't that an
message.
argument?
But then we're also supposed
Yeah.
to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a
Also, as a
1700
Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
yes. But my point being
yeah.
is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and
Didn't answer the
writes.
question.
There's
How
zero
would you say
evidence
that's
level. You
intuition?
have
That is,
produced
I am.
zero
I just
evidence.
said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say
I
the
think you-
COVID
I think
vaccine is
that's-
running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But,
now,
but hang on,
when I
hang
say
on, hang on. Let
parking
me
it aside-
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science.
Lovell,
Now, they
we're
tried to suppress it,
viewing a
that's
debate
true,
right now. Stay
but
on
there was tons of
topic.
competing
And yes,
science
I'm
for
too
why you
slow
shouldn't
to
take
look up the evidence
risky
for your claim.
mRNA vaccine.
Well, no,
and
the
mass and things
science
like
they
this.
kept telling us was
now, when you're
100%,
talking about
it was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful,
Yeah.
but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're
Right.
parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID.
Jeez.
I don't like the way
This
it's
is the
being
first
pushed.
step in
It shouldn't
my
require a celebrity campaign, by the way.
5-page monologue.
Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like
I,
Fed
thought, I,
slop?
found, I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same
Totally is.
day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside just your general intuition of some
Agreed,
text
Robbie.
messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right?
She talks.
Maybe he didn't send
says
those messages.
nothing.
Could there be someone who logged
It's
into
the
his
most
Discord?
annoying
Could
thing
there
in
be
a
someone
debate
who
when
logged
this
in
happens.
to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he
Yes,
was
Robbie, he
waiting
does
to
Adderall now.
retrieve
She does that
his,
on purpose.
rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes,
She's
it was
hoping you
actually
forgot that
him.
she was
He
supposed
was
to
holding
answer a
his phone
question.
and his boyfriend didn't just log in
Good point.
to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here.
Alex, your audio's
That
gone.
discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as
It's
you
not.
feel
It's
convinced
good.
by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession
Better
he
now?
writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to.
A lot of things happen after
I
you
don't know,
kill
maybe
somebody,
not text
lady.
it's such a confession like we've never
I
seen.
can't
I think
do
this
that
would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire. I'm in this surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. You know, I'm being a little facetious
I
here.
hope so, Mark.
But it was a little ridiculous.
I see.
It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, "Hey, I didn't actually."
I hope
he
so,
didn't
Mark.
actually
I
confess
hope
to me.
so.
He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying? At
Well,
that
two things
preliminary?
I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
How do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you
Is
find
it?
it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's
Well,
just a source.
I'm just doing what the
What you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on. You're
hated
giving
watching.
us.
You must have hated
Hang
watching
on.
the
You're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
is it-
saying that according to your sources, that the
These
reason
are the people that
the
end up in
parents
your
haven't recanted
stream
any of
arguing
this.
with you.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
So,
What am I wrong
so
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
it says the
with
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes,
But the father did confront him,
the father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
If
confronted
you're
part of the
watching,
official
thanks for
documents.
joining
Our
us. Hit
fact
that thumbs
checkers
up
can pull
button
that
for your
up.
boys.
Yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do. We can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
do know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this
dominating the
negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates the point
parents?
because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah, but
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, you know, they know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby.
This
and he was
debate
also his
almost
Boy Scout
happened
How
on
does
leader.
this
Word War
negate
debate, by the
that
way.
The parents could write this second.
He's
By the way,
undercover. Why would
if
they
you
have
have
him
the
I'm going to
information?
address that point.
They
I'm
wanna
just saying
keep
that
him
your
undercover.
first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're
I wouldn't go
quoting
that
the
far,
parents as
Paul
having
Fee.
said, you said that Matt Robinson said
I
that
still
his
can't
kid
hear
was,
Alex.
you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
And
that's
I'm
true.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
I'm
we'll
gonna
just
go
go
get
back
a
to-
different mic,
Yeah,
and I'm
Kathy
gonna end
first
up in
in
the
court
car,
saying she didn't
so
get
I'll
her
be
client's
back.
phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's
Great
not
question.
concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see her client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet.
believe
She
she
will
did.
during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that, that would
messages.
make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated.
Alex
That's the
will be
point.
back later.
so let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to the
somebody
parents
else.
the parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I can't
doc?
see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided to
it.
bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to
And she's
ever
not answering.
play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I
else
don't
who's
think-
your
I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't
Of
go
course you're
publicly
not.
tell the
If-
media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would
you hear me?
utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. and speak.
This mother,
especially when your son
if
is
I
up
thought
for,
that my
is-
kid
was up for death.
if I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible, that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers
Lady,
could be advising you that if you say anything, you
be.
could blow the case.
You don't know
you would
that they
have a more
are.
responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
I I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on
"Oh,
the statements of the,
well, it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this." The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100%
Because she's making
certainty
it up.
that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can
My
tell you why
source.
Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence. and
That
get
would
the
also
public on
be a
your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information,
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text
they
messages.
never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No.
they could have said they're
No,
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
no, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not a
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago,
Mm-hmm.
the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is
Yes.
hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
not, I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking, why you're saying, could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be
Exactly.
shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the
parents
gag
are
order
not
is enough
defending
to keep
Tyler,
them
that
quiet.
should tell you
Not
everything.
enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them
Yeah.
quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew.
This is where
There's
Andrew
not enough
shines.
here. That convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a
They're
lot of
just
holes in these
thinking.
stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be
Yeah.
overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear,
That which
what
convinces
you're,
me.
what, yeah, well, but thus far,
And this is
every
just like,
every
that's-
point that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember
he's-
what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
If
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans,
Yeah,
anybody
she's
saying.
making
In fact, I've
meager
had tons of
claims here
Discord
than
calls
she does
about
on her
this.
show.
Yeah.
My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture
Please do it.
that's
Get
based
to
on
it.
literally nothing.
Destroy her.
That leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my
A
problem is.
brush
You guys
off.
are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You actually you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny.
gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. and
That
I'll
is not
explain- I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
but you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this
Yes.
conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that
I'm
we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're
By the
asking
way, thank you
for
for choosing
so that
us
they
to
can
watch this live
actually
debate
engage you?
reaction. Hit that thumbs
And,
up
it
button
didn't
for
happen.
your boys.
So, but
Subscribe to our
the
channels
judge ruled
if you are not already.
that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
Because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that
great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into
I,
the evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now?
What?
Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing.
Why do you
was
wanna
about
question
looking
my
at
claims?
the evidence, which never made sense to me
Yeah,
again.
and that
because all of the
transcendental
evidence that
word,
you felt
she's
to be
never used that
overwhelming
word
was
a day in her
hearsay.
life.
That was
That was
bizarre
a
to me.
You
word
told me that I
to
could take
drug
as much
up.
time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well
Nothing
there
invalidated. What is she
there
talking
lies
about?
my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
just gonna-
giving.
you're conceding
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to
So
move
just
into
admit,
opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk,
after
if you want to talk
denying
about
it.
Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that.
think
But
that
I
was
just
a
want to say
soft
that,
admission,
like,
yeah.
I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel
Exhaust
that
that
you
money
sufficiently
supply.
have argued
Queen grifter.
that the evidence is overwhelming.
sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
what-
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one
She
question.
said, Erica,
what,
drink.
what evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting
Drinking
some sort of a
game
slam
parameters, for
dunk.
those
Like
of
we
you
got him
new.
on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day.
The
It is my
source.
perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious,
Not sure what
if
you
I'm
mean,
being honest
Sean.
with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library.
Maybe where he kept the
and
clothes he changed into?
Felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th.
I would think so, Palfy.
They stop testing
This is
on
me.
this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to
Not only
Erica.
does she never
That's
stop
absurd.
talking, it's
That
the
is
most
absurd.
annoying
Everything
voice
should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years.
me know if my
Had nothing to do with
audio's
anything. It was just around.
bad when I'm
And they
not
kept it
talking.
into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects
Filibuster
back.
Owens,
And we were
exactly.
told
She's
this is
been
all
doing this the
fine.
whole
And
debate.
we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the
I don't think she's properly answered
crucifix.
one of Andrew's questions.
That should be in evidence.
No.
Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this is like the craziest thing ever? This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and
This
when
is
you heard
gish
the guy
galloping.
who did it
Yep.
actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office.
I'm just asking
UVUs
questions.
wash their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had,
So
I was
answer
expecting,
the
here we have
damn
him, he took a
question,
shot, here it
Candace.
is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on
Right.
campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
Not what
But you
he
basically
asked
get
you.
no case.
what?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the
Sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One
but,
clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates,
If
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true,
Patsy.
right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a
I don't-
good.
I don't disagree
just
with that.
a
We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
Just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed it. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for
think
you to
that's a
say,
lie.
yeah, this guy
That
was
is
a
a
patsy.
lie.
the
Of
government was
course,
involved?
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers.
Truthers.
And the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right?
Just what you
And in
said.
fact, they
Just what
actually
I
take
posted in the
away
chat.
from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced
Yeah,
by
she
the
doesn't wanna
state's
get
evidence.
sued.
Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get
Let
to now.
him get to it.
You want to get into it?
Yes.
Would you
Come
guys like
on.
to take an ad break before we come
Take
back?
an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk. Erica
Oh,
Crook
we're
is
going to
taking
take an ad break. What is
And
this, the
cons-
Super
and
Bowl?
the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie
I
Kirk
bet
case.
you it's
Folks, we'll take
Candace's
a 3.5
ads.
minute break, and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around.
Create a shoe that blends.
There we go. Hit that mute button. Bring us up on screen. Alex, thank you for continuing
Heck
the marathon here.
How's my audio? Pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But we can still hear you. It's easier to hear you now. It's really tough to hear you when the debate's going on.
Yeah.
But
Let me
right
try
now,
without the
you're-
headphones real quick.
No worries. No worries. Chat, those of you who've been with us, first of all, thank you for choosing us to watch the live reaction to this debate. Kindly hit that thumbs up button for your boys. Subscribe to our channels if you're not already, and click that share button. You don't even have to actually share it. Just click the share button and click on the link to share it. Yeah, what are your thoughts so far? Interested to hear what the chat has to say. I think I know where Ohio Patriots' head is at, but anybody else in the chat want to give their take? Are you convinced more by Candace? Are you convinced more by Owens? Although Owens hasn't had a chance to speak much in this debate. Candace has literally filibustered almost this entire debate so far. And I hope that Andrew gets a little more aggressive as we come back from this break, because he typically is an aggressive debater. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex. This is not typical for Alex to let the other person dominate the conversation. Oh, Alex, you froze up. I think I lost you. Is anyone else hearing Alex? Is it just me? Looks like he's frozen on screen to me. Oh, yeah. What a all right. So he is frozen. Okay. What a freeze frame. What a freeze frame. I imagine he's not in a 5G network right now. Alex looks to be in pain. He just sat on a thumbtack. Alex, Candace has me convinced that she sucks. She had me convinced long before this debate, my friend. Long before this debate. Because she, and what's crazy is I think a lot of us in the conservative movement had a lot of respect for Candace up until the Charlie Kirk assassination. I think that changed everything. And it's wild to watch someone who was an ally be such a enemy almost overnight. And you saw it with Tucker Carlson too, although I think Tucker Carlson kind of slowly got there. Like Candace was like, boom. Tucker, like all of a sudden he's a Islamist supporter. Like what? Like where did that come from? As a Zionist myself, it's okay to have questions about the Israeli government, but Tucker has taken it so far beyond that. But anyways, Alex wanted to get the question I asked you before you froze in that crazy position. Is this not uncharacteristic? Yeah, dude, your freeze frame was crazy. Is it not uncharacteristic of Andrew to let someone else dominate the debate, which Candace has been doing? And I don't mean
Yeah, and I
dominate
think
by. I don't mean that her points are better. I mean just dominate the conversation.
yeah, absolutely. And tell me if I'm lagging here. It looks like I am.
It's just a smidgen, just a smidge.
Is it me? Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. So no, basically Andrew doesn't usually allow this, but these are rare circumstances. It's an in-person debate. It's not his turn to cross-examine. So, it's not unlike him in a sense because it is her turn to cross-examine. Once we get into it now he's going to turn the lever up. He has nothing to lose. He already gave her the grace. Now I think he's going to turn it up and we're going to see what we know from Andrew. And he's really going to put the pressure on her and hopefully laugh in her face a couple times.
I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. This is the part of the debate that I have been dying to see. But yeah, if you noticed, if
Shout
you,
out Cool Vic, by the way. What up, Vic?
oh yeah, he's been in the chat tearing it up. Love to have you here. Ohio Patriot. Oh, he also said I lost respect for Candace after the Steven Crowder thing. Yeah, that was interesting move because she shortly left Daily Wire herself after that. She was like Daily Wire defender until she wasn't. Crinkle hands. He needs sig powers. He's smoking 10 darts right now. Yeah, he does. Maybe he needs to. Good point.
Oh, that's good.
Palfy, first of all, thanks for watching from overseas, my guy. It's a tactic to give someone enough rope that they will hang themselves. Yeah, but you really got to be paying attention.
Yeah.
See, with Candace, she talks so fast and says so much. You have to catch her hanging herself, which she has been doing by not answering questions. But it almost like the way she talks makes you feel like she did say something. Like, you got to really pay attention to what she's saying. Otherwise, you're listening to her and you're like, oh, yeah, oh, okay. Well, we're moving on? Okay, yeah, well, that makes sense, right? You got to, really, analyze what she's saying because she's almost like Ben Shapiro in that regard.
Yeah. And he says, I'm here, no respect for you guys, that's for sure. Well, you have to respect yourself before you can respect anybody else. So that sounds like a you problem.
Man. Sounds like a you problem. You get some of that self-respect. Learn some self-respect, my friend. You were all created in the image of God, so you at least got that going for you. But
there's at least another hour of this.
Oh, at least. Yeah. Here's a conspiracy for you. Candace wanted to be Mrs. Kirk, and he chose Erica. Vengeance. Ooh. Nothing worse than a woman scorned. I buy that over Tyler Robinson was not the killer. Now, I can be convinced that Tyler was working in conjunction with other far-left organizations. That is a convincing conspiracy theory for me because there's an entire group of violent trans militia. I forget the name of them, but they are literally training militia of trans people ready for war. So, that would make more sense to me, especially considering he was dating a trans person and was just seemed to be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs himself.
Who didn't show up to court. Wait, wasn't there something with Lance Twiggs where they weren't in transgender anymore? They didn't dress up like a girl anymore? I don't know. Maybe I messed up.
I'm not sure. Make America straight again. I agree. Yes, we've gotten way too gay thanks to Obama and Biden.
Oh, it was the video they have of him. He made a testimony, like a deposition almost, right?
Oh, he did? Someone have to fact check me on that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure they played something of his in the court. And it was he was not transgender at all in that video. Someone might want to fact check me on that though.
Ohio Patriot, you're the resident fact checker. She kind of gets the woman privilege for me knowing a man will look bad going for the jugular. Men are so impressed these days.
Yeah, they're gonna white knight for her, you're saying?
Yeah. White knight.
Yeah.
What people do on their private properties is none of your GD business. We will not tolerate blasphemy. If you continue to be vulgar, I will boot you.
And they're talking about being
but-
gay or something.
Yeah, something about being gay.
But that argument doesn't work because, like, use that argument against a PDF, and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Right. Yeah. Can you diddle kids in your private property?
Yeah,
Is that allowed?
we literally make laws about what people do on their property all the time.
All the time. All the time. You're not free to do whatever the heck you want on your private property. That's a stupid and ridiculous argument. Go read the Constitution. So your gayness is a religion? Is that what you're claiming?
At least they're on the same page now.
Yeah.
I didn't even bring that up on purpose. I was just trying to scroll. It's hard to do this show from my phone.
Oh yeah, man. Man. Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
I think they are just called the Trans Army.
Army. Let me grok this real quick.
Yeah, now your grok history is forever screwed up.
Yeah.
Grok's gonna go rogue and tell your wife you're trying to join the Trans Army.
Hey, to my FBI agent watching and monitoring me right now, listen, man. Watch the rest of my channel, please. That's not me. Let's see what Grok says. He's thinking way too hard about this. Grok has been working for now over 20 seconds, which is unusual.
Did you know that you're not free unless you're gay?
I guess not, man. I guess not. Oh, they're the Pink Pistols.
Oh, the Pink Pistols.
The Pink Pistols. There is also the Socialist
like,
Rifle.
A name my wife would give one of her cheerleading teams.
There is also the Socialist Rifle Association. There is the Trans Army. That is just a Facebook page. That is not necessarily a militia group. So the Pink Pistols and the Socialist Rifle Association are the two militant gay leftist organizations.
And Jimmy, being gay was illegal in America.
At one time, was it? Yeah, at one time.
I can't fact check myself, but I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was punishable by death, but it was not legal, and maybe not a federal law, but there were definitely states. Same thing with blasphemy laws. I don't think blasphemy laws were federal, but there were state blasphemy laws.
Yes, there were state blasphemy laws. Some people think that we should bring those laws back. I think, I don't know. I mean, we have small fines for all kinds of stupid things. And personally, I would be fine for fining somebody for blasphemy or just the threat of a fine. And how often would that even get enforced? That's one of those laws, like I could take it. It's whatever. Like you can't enforce all of Christian morality, but you can enforce a lot of it. Other stuff, just publicly shame people for it. That's why people, in fact, if you watch Indiana Jones, Sean Connery in that movie smacks Indiana Jones for blaspheming. It used to be, culturally just unacceptable to say GD and JC.
Yeah.
And I think we should get back to that. I think that would make more sense than creating a law necessarily to punish blasphemers. So,
Jimmy, nobody said that.
Nobody said what?
Nobody said that. I want to come on your private property, murder you for being gay, and take your tax money.
Yeah, nobody said that. What are you talking about, Jimmy? Like, Jimmy, are you on drugs, Jimmy? Do you need help? Do you want me to send some links to some rehab facilities here and drop them in the chat for you? I think maybe you could use it, buddy.
We actually have a rehab facility that sponsors the.
Hey, we'll take it. Anybody want to sponsor the show?
Thank you,
for those
Ohio
of you
Patriot.
watching, we do have a regular, just real quick shout out. We do have a regular show on Thursdays. Every Thursday, 9:45 p.m. We do a call-in show, a political commentary call-in show. So make sure you tune in for that. Here's the fact check. Existed widely in the United States until 2003, criminalizing homosexual acts primarily through sodomy statutes. Yeah. What do you think, Alex? Should there be laws against public displays of
Yeah.
homosexual acts?
And that's the thing. If you want to get drunk in your house, go get drunk in your house. That's fine. If you want to get drunk and walk the streets, no. If you want to wear a thong as a man and throw dildos on the street in a pride parade, no, you can't do that.
We're back.
No traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that
Look
I
at her
want to
trying
be
to
able to
cover her
question
This is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're
Already
transcending.
deflecting.
Like, let's use
I
a
mean,
word
there's
to use
there's
a word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that
She's
we
not
should
going
be
to defend
speaking.
anything.
This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
So
is
you're like,
part-
I'm
this
just
is
going to ask
a legitimate
questions. Can you
part.
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
She's
It's
about
like,
to
I don't
crash
know
out.
what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Candace
Yeah,
crash
I get
out.
it.
just so we're clear.
Usually in the
moderator.
debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just
Yeah,
direct.
moderator.
Because you kept
Fine
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so
See,
direct
they-
question,
they-
super
they
easy.
did
Was Lance
research and like,
Twiggs
oh,
DNA on the
fucking
rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You
I-
can
I'm
say
just,
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate
Oh, I thought
strategy.
you
But I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed
Oh,
that in the
now
first
we're
half
not
of this
debating.
about
Wow.
why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the.
conversation
Let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion,
Coward.
do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mm-hmm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mm-hmm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody
Unbelievable.
calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like,
Comes
well,
to a
I got
debate
the
and says, "I'm not here
information
to
and I
debate."
gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on
debating.
the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring
Imagining
up everything that I
forcing
think can try to
I
embarrass
need
her.
to know what
I
question.
reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you
You've
give me
had
the
a million
context
sentences.
for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that
Wow.
Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill
Gay
Charlie
people
Kirk
love
for
Chick-fil-A. I
LGBTQ
know that for a
issues,
fact.
because
Like
know,
I've worked
do you
with
have
gay
positive
people who
evidence?
told me that.
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half. Pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of
answer
what I
is
said,
no.
this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved.
What you haven't
Nobody
watched
has
my
made the
show,
claim
dude.
that Israelis, there were also,
I mean,
obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister,
all the
kind
time.
of denying that he did it, which wasn't
Right.
really necessary. He was quite busy.
You wouldn't even get an American
The phone
phone
call
to go
that
to
happened,
college
which
in
no one wants to
America.
discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie
Stop
shifting
letting
opinion on
her
Israel
filibuster.
lead us to
Yeah.
believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like
Do you
to
say
see
there's
pulled.
no positive evidence?
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't, I don't
positive
need to, I
evidence
can just
would
have a
be
conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like
Wow.
a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about
No,
these things, and
no.
yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So
Do you have any evidence
Exactly,
that
Palfy.
Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on
How
record.
easy would that be
fair.
to
That's-
answer?
your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Mr. E is in the back. Let's see what you got, Mr. E.
If you're, yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah, he said evidence that they killed him. I said
ahead
this
and
is why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they
res-
have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. I also
Involvement.
know
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France and
involved.
Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell
it's
you.
annoying to
yes,
have you
I
ask
think
me
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So-
Nobody's disputing whether or
Yeah,
not
but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
if you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's
think.
with full confidence.
Yes.
Full.
That
You would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence to
confidence,
think when you
Which is
think?
a level
but
of
if I
justification.
said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just gonna
confidence.
tell you something. My
Hang on,
system-
let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think,
listen
which I
to
can
her.
do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this
that.
debate.
It's not
She
exactly
can't
pertinent to this
answer
debate.
the
It's
question.
not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you
Full of
direct
it.
questions.
I
can
have full
smell
confidence
it.
that
how you know he's
you
starting to
do
get
not
frustrated.
feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions,
What?
they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there
She
making
immediately
a
went to
claim to the
personal
federal
attacks,
government. You get in
too.
trouble for making false statements and things
Yep.
of that nature.
All-
So, and then you
the
go,
whole
well, I'm
time.
going to probe that. Well, how can you probe
no,
that?
you don't
This
think-
happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not trying
allowed
to
to
one's
regulate
say
saying
it.
anything. I'm
that.
asking very pertinent
you're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say
defensive.
AJ was
anything.
Like
right.
you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So
People,
let's get to the
hopefully
next clip
people
you have prepared.
recognize
Sure.
that you
They
just
can pull up whatever
dodged
clips
this
they
whatever
want,
it is
yeah.
that you
entire
guys have
thing.
prepared. So
But
let's go.
there, but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in the
and
Exactly,
you have
Matt.
no evidence for it
Exactly.
at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to,
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
they said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just
What
don't
a
like hearing
dodging
it.
No,
snake.
and just out of
She is
curiosity,
an
when
evil
you
snake.
pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this and I have this information. And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination,
And
and that it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
That's why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems
Antarctica
reasonable.
has
And
been
so why
quiet
he's
since
asking me
Kirk
to
got
defend
shot.
that
You're
is
right.
like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this
Did
has got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And I
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but
Let
when
me
you
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
Come
The
on, let
question
Andrew
is,
get
in
to it.
regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think
What I
that
said is what I said.
at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. the police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? If I just like
aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
I don't
what do you mean
answer
they
your
should
questions,
answer questions?
Andrew.
Where, like at a police station? Like,
No,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you
What?
want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this
Who
in
says
the
I have to present evidence
investigation.
for my claims?
I have
Exactly.
questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer
never
that
weren't.
you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions
wait,
about.
you just
I
said
mean,
you
I'm
don't have
talking
to.
about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has
Your
been,
bull
I don't know,
crap information.
seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing
Yes.
a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR
I
I'll
think
be fair with you.
I'm ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was
actually
some
kind of
PR
the
there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on
shut up,
my
Candace.
podcast. I
You
think
demon.
firmly
You're a
that
demon.
Yeah.
if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example.
How do you know
they
that
gave
wasn't
back
considered?
the backpack? They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive.
comfortable with it, Alex.
$100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but what was
fine.
the
Your
what,
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Defend this
So
claim.
right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence because she did. She just
Yeah, if
actually
you've been
did.
drinking,
Would
you're
it
drunk.
then follow that somehow she's complicit
Yeah.
in his death?
If you've been playing the drinking game
I
with
didn't
us,
say implicit in death.
you're wasted.
You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
into
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell
It's
you
the
that. But
drinking
my
game
point
for those
being
of
is
you
that
just
then you
joined.
take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to
So
work
she's
because I know what I
guilty.
say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her
Exactly.
lawyer
Yeah.
She
and
didn't meet
her
Candace's
lawyer
intuition,
says to
so she's
us,
guilty.
she calls him on the phone, pardon me, and
It's
it's me, her, and Justin
impossible for
Strife.
her to
And
believe
I'm like, okay, great.
that Erica
What do you
didn't
guys
kill
have?
her
He goes,
husband.
well, we don't have anything yet. That's
Or
not,
was
we're not at
involved
that
in
phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did
And
think she had
people
access to
bit
things that
as
we
if
didn't
it was
have.
a ruse.
Why
She just
express that
assumes the
confidence
ruse.
to the public
Yeah.
as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They
But
made an
I
arrest.
don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this, if she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe-
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when-
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
Well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips
defended
and
nothing.
Well,
getting
there's
ready to
no
respond to
doctored
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got
Ad
this
hominem.
right.
Yes.
That what you're actually
Yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing it.
when I re-examined
She's
her
answered
actions
nothing.
backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that.
Well,
I
you
was
did the
getting
Christian thing?
actually terrible messages from my fans
Right.
being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go
told
with
you
your
to stop.
intuition. You won't address this,
Yeah.
how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies
Like
to you, whether
you?
it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed
Oh,
So what are you
wow.
obscuring,
Yeah, I talked
Candace?
about- we have a
People only
list
lie
of
when they
lies
don't
we
want to
can
tell
talk
the
about. We can
truth.
find
Wow,
out.
Candace.
with her?
No,
Groundbreaking
I didn't want her to
revelation.
jump. I didn't
People
want
only
to
lie
do
when they
this.
don't wanna
And
tell the
'cause
truth.
I didn't know what
Whoa.
to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and
Yeah,
I
Ben
don't know what
Shapiro
I'm
is,
like. I didn't know. I didn't want
he's
to.
justified right now.
Before anything
And we're just supposed to
happened
take
with
Candace's
Charlie,
word that
how
Erica lied.
close were you
Yeah.
and Erica?
Not very close.
No proof,
So
of
there's
course,
not a
because she
relationship.
provided no evidence for
there-
anything. This entire interview.
I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie,
who
but
cares?
Erica and him were
If you
just
played
starting to
Candace's
date at the beginning of
games with her
2019.
own
George and I
life,
were planning our
you
marriage.
could say she's
so
in the
George
body.
really got to know Charlie. I
Right.
wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of
I hope
his
he's deaf.
wing
That's
woman
funny.
throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married.
If he
when they
wasn't
were dating,
before,
so
he
it
might
wasn't
be
like
now.
I would have was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I
Also,
wasn't
who cares?
spending
Let Andrew
any time,
continue.
getting
Yeah.
to know Erica
So,
per
so,
se.
so the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you
Yeah, I
want
mean,
to
well, I
interrupt,
don't.
go
Yeah,
for it.
please.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
So you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So
You
and what?
just
And by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
Nothing transforms
hostile
opinion.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, it's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No.
She
I'm not
hasn't
involved in any
defended
management
a
of Turning
single
Point.
Well,
one
I'm
of her
pretty sure there is a
claims.
clip of you where you say that your wife went
single
to their
one. I've
recent
never seen
conference and
dodging
sat
like this
down.
before,
And then when
ever.
you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
I
Is that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you
you
start
hugged the
receiving
widow, you
text
freaking
messages
evil person.
from that
Right.
you cited in your
Demon.
opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly
amazing, isn't
She
it? If
might
you reach
be,
out
yeah.
in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing
Yes.
to release things to you that are pertinent.
Andrew is a
other
king of
than
logic.
thinking that perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I,
and
just
don't
think,
have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the
content
media they
creators,
could
buddy.
release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows
So
that
what?
Turning
Exactly.
Point
So what?
is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your
No.
opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was
Oh,
actually
yeah,
amazing to
easy.
me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on. Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if
she
you
won't
think
answer.
that she's dumb and
Yeah.
you let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking
Oh,
about
my God.
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that
I
cannot be
need your
compared
300 grand,
Because-
Andrew.
because Erica's husband
She has
was just
nothing to say to
assassinated in
that.
front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Because they don't have a parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
and
want
say
to
Mental health
something.
is
protect
real,
your
guys.
husband's legacy.
Yeah,
We're gonna
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
That is
It's
crazy.
both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children.
Yes.
Now, for you though
Major
to
court
say that
jester vibes.
anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over his company.
There's always objective
I
outliers
can fix
to
her.
each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting
Yes,
thing here
I
is
believe
like,
you, Crinkle
I'm
Dan.
still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to
About
do
time,
if you want
Jeremiah.
to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership
My bad.
to try to do so.
Yeah.
I was giving him a
Make
chance.
the
I was
most
giving him a
amount of
I would
chance.
like to say
I
for
know,
the
I know.
record that I think Erica is underqualified to run
Perhaps.
that to run the organization
Sure.
and on,
Queen of
on
lies.
the
Queen
more
of
emotional
lies.
aspects.
She's
I
not answered a single
agree with
question
the-
Queen of
on this
God.
entire
seems to be a
debate.
majority
Not
opinion.
one. Not one.
I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep ansering the same
Nobody
question.
understands.
Let's,
Okay,
let's
but
get-
your
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with the pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more recently, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it. because
Anybody who
he
knows
ate
anything about
vegetables.
guns knows you cannot predict what a rifle
They
round
panicked.
is going to do.
That was what. Then
It's-
that's why
it
Terrell's
is
nervous on
known
the phone
for
with
doing
me. Again,
crazy
this is
things.
my theory, and I am now very much
If
sticking
you say
to
for
it.
certain you know what
Okay.
that bullet would do, you are
They
retarded.
panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. Once that's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell
Yes,
so quickly,
Matt.
because I
Who's
was
the-
going,
who the
why
hell
is
is she
Terrell
to say
saying,
who
well, I
runs
didn't want Erica to
TPUSA?
relive,
Like-
well, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence.
Wow.
If you're just sort of like, it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
that's-
like,
I
it's
didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kind of
fine
ready.
to ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode,
The only
I don't
people
need
that
to
clock
defend
it
now
myself.
going,
are
and
people
that's
who
why I
watch
said
Candace.
we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but
lapel
I'm
mic
pretty
bomb,
sure this
right?
is an
Yeah.
episode
Yeah.
where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense.
You're not an
Without
expert in
question, Terrell
loading your
Farnsworth
mic.
is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now
Oh,
introducing
if
this.
if that's the case, if you're just hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure-
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what
trying
it
to
is.
make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory? Do
I
you
think John
believe-
Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times,
Mm-hmm.
and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw.
Here's some
We should
anecdotal
actually,
stuff.
since they're pulling clips, we
Anecdotal,
should run that
exactly.
clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said
I
and what he
once
observed and his
drove
experience.
past a bunch of
So
smoke on a
I'm gonna
bridge,
take that,
and it looked like the
also there
smoke
were
was coming
people
from the mall.
who
And the
tested,
first thing I
immediately
thought
spoke
was,
to the media
there
that
must
day who
have been
said
an
the same
explosion.
thing, that they thought that something happened
It
under his
doesn't
shirt.
mean there
That
wasn't
was
an
actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just
Right.
And there
observing what I saw with
wasn't.
my
It was
eyes.
actually a
I
shooting,
was
and that's why
asking
there
the
was so
serious
much
question. I
smoke.
was seriously saying, why is it like
geez.
somebody shot him from
Yeah,
underneath?
someone
Why
shot
is his
up a
shirt
van.
moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm
That's
not.
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then
Yes.
fire it near the muzzle, and that
Correct, crank
box
your
will
hands.
actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: Does
Mm-hmm.
that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's
I
a
don't-
great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and
Every
you
ballistic
just go upward and to the
expert says
side.
what happened to that
I don't really
bullet
buy
is
that.
not
I'm going to just say
Improbable,
I just
but not
think that that's
impossible.
not
yeah, right. But
possible. It doesn't go through. On
the-
top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well,
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not
I'm
only am I
sorry.
not BSing, I'm
think
telling you the
you're
truth.
just- no,
If a bullet
I
is
think
moving
one
in
of your
air
thing-
has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
You can fact check it.
Your
check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it
underneath
is beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was
That's
the
why
first
we're
thing I
here.
said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow,
Alex, can you hold
his
it down for a
necklace
minute?
breaks first, which I
Yeah,
thought was
got it.
very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers,
Yeah,
it's
Candace doesn't
assumed
qualify to
that
be worried. Yeah,
it's a similar, if
shot
not
by
the same
10
type of
stone,
explosive that was used inside the
Woman
pagers
not.
that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine. That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back, before we
saying
go to
your
ad
team,
break,
DVD.
if you
Whose
wanna pull it
team?
up, this is a good time to do so.
Every time he says that, I'm like, okay, is it Candace's team or Andrew's team? Whose team?
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother it bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which initially says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there.
I'm just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you,
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury, we had the choice to make it.
How about now? Is it better now? Sorry, guys, I'm in my car. There's extenuating circumstances that what didn't allow me to be at home for the full conversation here. Sorry about the audio problems. Yeah, the paving thing is pretty wild. What's a good reason, do you think, that they ought to pave the area? Do you think the college just kind of wanted to move on from the situation and they didn't want people standing around the area where he got shot and trying to like take samples of stuff? Maybe that's a reason. Thank you, Ohio Patriot. They went to another break, so I don't know what the next segment is. Because I had my internet chopped up a little bit there, but they're gonna go to the next. Oh, he can't hear me. They're gonna go to the next segment now. I'm not sure what that segment is. I didn't hear the last part because my internet crapped out for a second. But they did just. They ended the that last segment.
Okay.
And I don't know what they're moving to. Did anybody else hear what they're moving to? My internet crapped out. But I was also asking because
Crinkled Hand said the paving thing is pretty weird. And I would say, it does seem weird. What
Right.
do you think is a good reason to pave over the area?
So they paved over the area where he was shot?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
you
a good
think,
question.
Like, it could just be coincidental, just needed to be paved anyway. It also could be that they didn't want people lingering over the area and making a big scene about it. I mean, they're on their campus,
That could be. Yeah, and yet here you are, ASW, commenting in our chat and watching right along with us. So appreciate you either way. God bless you. Yeah, I don't know, man. That it's a little weird. You're right. It could be a coincidence. Needed paved.
Was
could
it
be
2 days, Crinkled Hands? That's pretty quick.
Yeah, let me well, here, I'm on Grok. Let me see. How many days after the Charlie Kirk shooting did the crime scene get paved? And did anyone provide an explanation besides Candace Owens? Dude, that was the craziest. I don't watch as many debates as you do, but have you ever seen somebody dodge like she did that entire segment? I've never seen anybody dodge like that. Like she literally, she would get asked the question, she would immediately throw her hands up, refuse to answer, ad hominem attack, word salad. That was the whole segment. Refuse, ad hominem, word salad.
Yeah, I have seen worse, but it's usually because she wouldn't. I don't think she'd be able to get away with worse. In this situation, usually you can get away with worse in a small debate that's online. This is the biggest debate of the year, in person.
I hope people are catching that and recognizing that because it was painfully obvious. And how Matt was pointing out, how Matt was pointing out earlier, she got super defensive and super nasty.
Yeah,
and that is usually a
constantly
sign of
attacking him, and saying, "Well, this is what you do. This is just what you do."
Right. Oh no. Don't tell me.
What?
Hold up. Oh, you're crazy. Expires on September 12th. 100%. What? I'll redeem. Okay. Let's retry that. I reached my usage limit for the week on Grok.
Which, by the way, apparently Grok has surpassed Claude in capabilities. Apparently. I've been hearing some good things. I haven't tried it yet.
All right. Crinkle Hands has 33 hours. Let's see here. And yes, refuse, ad hominem, word salad. Exactly. Yep. That's been her strategy. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him.
Name that movie in the chat.
Here we go. We got a Candace supporter, white liberal female here. Only tiny, weak, fragile men are threatened by strong, confident, self-empowered women. Fact.
Only weak women are intimidated by strong MAGA men.
Good one. I'm going to put you in timeout for that 8647 comment. If you come back and make it again, you're banned for life. Whereas none of that bull crap here. Projecting at its finest. Exactly. Okay. So, timeline of the site being paved.
Your logic is flared.
Okay, so we do have an interesting timeline here. September 11th, one day later, UVU placed an emergency order for cleanup related to the shooting incident. September
Fair
12th,
enough.
the crime scene was released back to the university by law enforcement. Initial cleanup discussion began September 14th through 16th. Roughly 4 to 6 days later, grass soil was removed from the specific area under the tent where Kirk was shot, and concrete pavers were installed. Local reporting and photos confirmed crews working on the site around this time. Some accounts placed the start of paver installation on the evening of September 14th. So,
Yeah, I
4
don't see a
days.
problem with it. I don't think.
I don't see a problem with 4
Hey,
days.
there's a grass area with blood all over it. Let's like clean this up. How do we clean grass? I don't know, man. Dig it up and put some pavers over it. Do something. That seems like a
Right.
normal conversation to me.
Right. Here we go. The contractor's statement, the contractors who worked on it, described receiving an emergency call for rapid work. Some of these accounts reference involvement or direction from university officials.
Which,
with
before you finish,
Yep.
emergency work. Think about a normal paving job. Is there ever an emergency paving job? No, unless it's time sensitive. So that's why it was an emergency, not because Charlie was killed. This is a time sensitive issue. We want to get this resolved as quick as possible. This is an emergency.
Yes. And it looks like it was the university who did it, and framed it as a biohazard cleanup. So that's that statement from the university, biohazard cleanup.
Yep. Nationwide polls have shown that over 75% of people in America want Trump impeached. Source?
Yeah, I could fact check that in like 3 seconds and tell you that you're wrong. Like that you're just making that up because you are retarded.
Yeah.
You're just retarded.
Oh, that's bad.
I'm so anti-Trump that
I'm gonna make stuff up.
I'm gonna make stuff up. I'm making it all up. Truth is not on your side, my friend. Truth is not on your side.
You are
And it never
chasing
was.
truth, but it is faster.
The truth is faster than you, sir. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so long break.
Yeah, this is quite the long break here. How many more segments you think they're
All
gonna do?
right, I think Sizzle's probably gone for good after that one.
The what?
She made a Charlie Kirk comment.
Yeah, goodbye. See you later,
It's
alligator.
absolutely very vindicating when you see how many people you've had to ban here for threatening to kill a president, threatening or celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, and just being overall
TDS,
vitriol.
just overall TDS.
Yeah, overall TDS and vitriol.
Yeah. Over the course of our live stream, both on Thursdays and now including today, today's been like the most that I've had to do in one day.
In one day.
For a small channel like ours, dozens upon dozens upon dozens, which is pretty crazy for a small channel.
Yeah. I don't believe in therapy, but I think it might help you guys.
Yeah, honestly. If you have TDS, like hopefully they come out with pharmaceuticals for you, because we know a lot of people with TDS love to pop pills. They love to go to
Dr. Oz said you can't fix it, so I don't know.
Right. Who cares? Either way.
Yeah, I don't think they actually are like, I'm going to go do this. But it's expressing a sentiment of what you would like to see happen. You think if Trump was murdered, that person would blink an eye? They would probably celebrate, actually.
Yeah, they would celebrate, just like they celebrated Charlie.
Yeah.
But he hated black pilots, so he deserved it. And he didn't even hate black pilots. That's the funny thing. He made a comment. You can't say anything about DEI without being called a racist and that you hate minorities. Like
Warren, what's the last name? Is it Warren Smith? You know the guy, Secret Scholar Society is his YouTube or something like that? He just did a thing where he was a professor and actually got fired from his job for his political views. But
Really?
yeah, really cool guy. I forget his last name. His first name's Warren. And so he went to a university recently and had to sit down. It was like a free speech event, which is ridiculous. But,
Oh wait, I know this guy. This is
Yeah.
yeah.
he's been
the soft-spoken
destroying
guy, right?
the DEI logic stuff.
Yeah. He's very soft-spoken. Warren Smith.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Now
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. He's very very soft-spoken, calm gentleman.
But have you seen him dismantling DEI recently?
I saw some clips.
Yeah, it's good, dude. It's good, and he just turns the logic right on him.
Okay.
It's
Right. And then
it's good because he
we can
DEI
do
is
final
racist.
thoughts, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I feel like
I'm gonna keep going
we got
until
where
my
we're trying
phone
to go,
dies.
or
It's on
at least for the most
8%
part.
and it's plugged in, but it keeps going down.
The two
Oh,
other
no.
clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA
See,
clip.
yeah, so
They're
Twigs,
gonna
there
pull
is
it
a
up
Twigs clip.
just to have you
Oh,
respond.
no.
Well, you don't have to
Okay,
play
she's
it because,
thinking about
like,
her.
if you're
Never
saying
mind.
that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said,
Jesus
multiple
Christ, what was
prints were found
Charlie's
on them.
answer to your
And then they
question?
moved and they said Lance Twiggs's
He answered
DNA
that
was found on the
question many
screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times,
Just use the chat.
I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints. When
Drink,
the
she
only person they
mispronounced a word.
officially named was Matt Robinson. So
Extrapolated.
we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica.
this just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do
goes-
it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing
Did
it
sit
up.
down, I thought.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that.
We don't have to ask you.
Someone once
Do that all
commented
on your
beneath
own.
this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of
Oh,
inconsistencies.
she's allowed to be tongue in
So this
cheek,
is the
but
exact
not Andy.
episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned, and I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No,
Ah.
actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
but why-
sat through.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching.
Yeah,
Just, you know,
so
the
I'll
clips
take
that you're
it.
pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air.
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though,
I
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have
By
not
not
planned any gotcha
debating.
clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and
What
because I might
clip?
not remember something, or
Right.
I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not
s-
take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we
Out
sent
of
to you before in an
context,
email.
you're doing-
Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over.
Yeah.
Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine.
lies are just
roughly an hour and a
mistakes.
half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's
And
nothing
you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were
Yeah.
supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're
Huh.
getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the
You
general
started off
perception
to get her.
Even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse. I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
three.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point
May have
out
been wrong,
yours.
but she's not
they're
committed to
claims.
definitely
When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too
You
retarded.
have
You go,
full confidence,
that's
though.
just whatever, and
Full
then you move on.
confidence.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
They
from
want
point.
more.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
They sent me these clips beforehand, and it's
and this is
absurd
the
that
one
I
you're
watched them
saying
now.
from 7 days ago.
Right, right.
Oh my god, dude! How many alt accounts do you have, dog? Get a life.
Dude, get a life.
And this happened actually last time. It's probably the same person.
While they're looking for
It's
that, do you want
probably.
to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Are we?
happened on Joel
Not
Street
really.
last time.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna
it did.
Okay.
we're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
Yeah, what are you talking
You've
about?
been able to respond to every question I've asked you.
Your
And by the
responses
way,
have all been
the other
bullcrap.
thing is like
Let's
I'm
have it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
good
He's
with
like, oh, you want
asking
to do my way?
question or
Cool.
no?
Said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Play it.
You need the
your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twigs
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says after.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- repeated this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly
My
say Lance
phone's on
Twiggs. They said
1%, by
5
the way,
other
so I
profiles
love
were
you
on
guys.
it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the case.
it? That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not
but
following
it
it
seems,
enough.
it seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should like.
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's.
You can really, yeah, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can-
since you've been following the case.
Right. She's
Okay,
asked
sure.
questions
You name-
all
you name
day,
one.
trying to
Yeah, you
act
named
like they
all
didn't allow her
7.
to
I'm
ask
happy to do
anything.
that,
It's
but can you name one?
ridiculous.
I think he's
What
been
a waste
charged
of
with murder.
space.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I
Can you
think
name
I-
all 7?
No.
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a
You
big
already
difference
take
so that
forever.
people
No, I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them: obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you
Great
can't even.
question.
You cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence, and I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling. of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster, or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And
Which
can
you
make
are
mistakes.
not.
I make mistakes all the
Right
time.
or principled.
But at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to
Oh,
know
you
one of the 7
evil.
charges that are up against Tyler
Evil.
Robinson.
That
When you
is
say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
Evil what she's doing.
If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went
Unbelievable.
through.
Andrew got shafted. What a waste
Can
of
you guys zoom in a little bit
$300,000.
for the-
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
Andrew should get his money back. Exactly.
I'm looking through this. You're giving permission.
You
So I'm
have
looking
full
at
permission to go through
moderated.
my phone. I don't need to cheat.
Like
The
Patrick.
last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
so you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have
Yeah, this
said
was
several times that
not
I have
typical
never said
of
I have the
Wilson
receipt for the
debate.
steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you,
I never-
you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I
The
spoke
answer's
to
no.
the owner when I broke
answer
that
is
story.
no.
I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
The answer's no.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mm-hmm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something that-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, "What's the name on this?"
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works.
But you literally are admitting
like I
right now you
said,
have no
I
evidence.
Did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself It has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah.
I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then you
under...
should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and
But it's
that
not a
is-
proven
strong
fact.
evidence, just the two people who said that they saw him.
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next, would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mm-hmm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley,
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I
Definitely
do think
full of poo.
that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
the
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard.
talking
than we
about
do
the
to
evidence
people.
that
unconfirmed
you claim is
to an official
evidence.
timeline that I'm putting out
Idiot.
either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is
Wow.
my
This
timeline.
is
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official
You're
to
making
your
up
show?
timelines.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well,
Exactly.
yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it
called
very
a
closely
debate.
on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no, that's
hairs.
not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just
timeline.
don't know what
What's
his
your issue
issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But
That's a
anyway,
good point.
this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant
She's asking
account,
permission like
confirmed
they're
it, this
denying
type
her.
of thing.
Not once has she been
To
denied.
date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the
Yep.
information to confirm whose receipt
She's
it
a
is.
leftist.
We
She's a
have to
leftist.
date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet, inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what? Roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
It's just speculation.
Obviously took down
That is
everything
all
he said.
speculation.
Noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled.
That is what you've
that
demonstrated.
receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line,
I've demonstrated
or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson,
at the steakhouse with a credit
I'm
card.
happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and
You've literally
keep it
used
there if that's
dreams
Sure, you can keep
as
whatever you want
evidence,
there. I'm
Candace.
just saying that there's no
That's
evidence.
why we make
he
fun
was
of you
ever
for
there.
it.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
can agree
evidence
with the point.
anyway.
You said
Yeah, we're
Charlie
fine.
came to you in a
Okay,
dream.
so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts. When we set out to create...
Jeez Louise, folks. I don't know, folks. I don't know. How do I get me centered here? I don't see Alex does all the stuff. I don't know how to work this stuff. This is not my StreamYard link. This is Alex's. But anyways, I don't know. I think the victim card, genius. First of all, like I said before the show, when it comes to grifting, Candace is a genius. And I didn't even notice that until you pointed it out, Ohio Patriot. She's using the victim card beautifully. It's a beautiful play by her. It makes her seem less wrong, despite the fact that you can see through that. You can see how awful she's done in this debate. Now, I'll give her this. Andrew hasn't done very well in this debate either, and the moderator has done a very poor job moderating. He's done nothing to keep the conversation flowing. He's let Candace monopolize the conversation. Andrew, and again, this is not something, as me and Alex has discussed, not something that Andrew typically does. He never lets the other person monopolize the conversation. So it's very weird. This is not a debate that I've seen Andrew have. Very strange circumstances. But yeah, wow. She's like, "Can I answer a question? Can I answer a question?" She's acting like they're denying her the ability to answer questions when all she's done is spend 15 minutes answering a question. I put that in quotation marks because she hasn't actually answered any of Andrew's questions. That's why Andrew keeps repeating himself. Like, will you just answer the question? And she won't do it. She never, not once, has directly answered one of his questions. The whole thing, she's devious. Yes, she's very devious. But if you know truth, if you are good at spotting lies, you're not fooled by anything Candace is doing here. It's crazy to watch happen in real time. I've been very cordial this whole time. Been very respectful. Like, have you? I don't know. I think, yeah. I think she was coached, Ohio Patriot. I think you brought up the fact that she may have been coached to play this way. But yeah, she's a woman. She's black. She could play those cards. And I'm shocked Andrew is letting her play it, not calling her out on it. Whole thing a disaster, waste of $300,000 on Andrew's part because I don't even think we as the audience are really getting what we wanted from this debate. I think me personally wanted to see just her get grilled, put into corners. But Andrew's had like no. This is the least amount of time I've ever seen Andrew speak in a debate ever. And yeah, Andrew made no personal attacks, which good for him. there are times where he does make personal attacks and calls people stupid and says their opinions are stupid. You know, he's been known to get a little. Again, he's known for being aggressive, and in this debate, he's been. It's almost like he's been regulated to on his heels, but he's not really on his heels because he's not in attack mode. I think we can all agree on that. He's not in attack mode. Andrew is usually always in attack mode. Personally, I'd have laid it on her. She would have left in tears, no crap. Well, I mean, that's what we were kind of like, you know, tears or not, we were kind of hoping that he would have laid it on her. Gus says it was a stupid debate from the beginning. Why do you think that? Why do you think it was a stupid debate from the beginning? I think, again, what I was hoping to get from it is that it would damage Candace in ways that would be unrecoverable, that she would not be able to recover from the damage that was done to her position in this debate. Because Andrew's done this to many leftists on his show, where he just completely embarrasses and obliterates them. I've seen Andrew win debates in like 15 minutes, where it's become clear that the other person just cannot defend themselves. So I had high hopes for that. But in the back of my mind, I was like kind of a little worried that what we're seeing is that what we've gotten so far is exactly what we've gotten. I was hoping that the inner subconscious was wrong. Like, no, Andrew's got this. Candace is drowning. She has been. I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, Candace is awesome at grifting, and I don't think she is damaged at all by this debate. I think her audience stays the same. I think she's going to continue spewing lies about the Charlie Kirk trial, the assassination and trial. I think even after the trial is finished, even after we get a plea from Tyler Robinson to plead guilty, to get some kind of deal, maybe life in prison, take death penalty off the table. Even if this goes to trial and he is found guilty by a jury of his peers, I don't think that changes anything for Candace. I think she continues to bleed this conspiracy theory dry until she cannot make another dollar from it. As long as there is money to be made off this conspiracy, Candace will find a way. But we're back.
Following on, if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind?
That's
did you
possible,
watch and say, you know
Palfi,
what, I
that's
have this
possible.
position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so
Thank you all
before
for
we
choosing
wrap
us,
up,
by the
final
way, to
thoughts. I'll
watch.
come
If
to
you haven't
first.
yet, please hit that thumbs up
Yeah,
button
she
for
had
the boys
nothing.
and subscribe to
Just
our channels.
nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times do you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up.
You provided zero.
And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline.
You mean to defend
I want to
your
remind
claims?
people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not
Will
arrogant.
Smith
I don't
slapped
need
somebody.
to
Yeah,
sit
where's
here
Will
and
Smith at?
pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have
don't
earned
know
the
if the
audience
receipt
that
is
continues
right.
to
You
follow me
admitted as
because they
much,
know my
but it's
heart's
on
in the
your
right place,
timeline.
that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank
You
Andrew's
don't.
team who
You
are providing
liar.
the fact
You're
checks.
such
It's a
a
very small
liar.
room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that
When
Andrew
you're
got
the
out
one
of this
making
what
the
he wanted,
claims, you
which is
have
a little
to
more than what
provide
I
the
wanted.
evidence.
But I'm very content with
That's
how I dealt with
retarded.
this, and I will let. I trust. I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that it's here.
Yeah, me neither.
The audience, I think you also won. If you did, support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these
Same.
voices
Do that
get
for
out
me.
even
Do that for
more,
your boy.
especially
And
going
Alex,
into future
who's
when this happens. You want
still
a lot of
broadcasting
independent
this.
creators
If you're on
to
Alex's
have these
channel,
types
hit
of
that thumbs
discussions.
up, subscribe to
And
his
last but
channel.
not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having
Thank
this
you for
conversation.
choosing us.
It is not easy to do so. Hopefully, this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Wow. Yeah, folks, underwhelming for sure. I think we all got bamboozled into what we was hoping would be a grand debate, and it was just Candace playing the victim, dodging questions. Even though I bet if we clocked it, she spoke 85 to 90% of the time and claimed that she didn't have an opportunity to answer questions. That's the most insane thing I've ever seen. I'm with you. I'll never watch Candace Owens debate this. I don't think she will debate this topic again, because at the very least, if you were paying attention, you were just shown that A, she has no evidence, and B, she has to rely on ad hominem attacks and question dodging to get through the debate in the first place. First of all, if you guys remember earlier in the debate, when Andrew finally got time to ask her questions to defend her claims, she said, "I didn't come here to debate." Like, what are you talking about? We spent all week setting up a debate, and then you tried to claim that you didn't come here to debate. Like, what? That's why we're here, lady. That's why we're here. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Probably, what did you say? PBD lost a lot of weight, probably half it from the stress of this goofy debate. Yeah, that's another thing. PBD, man, hey, you're my guy. I like PBD, but he didn't moderate very well. A debate moderator needs to stop people from hijacking the conversation and move the conversation in a direction if it's not going anywhere. There were a couple times in that debate where we're just spinning wheels. Candace is just going on and on, saying nothing. We're not moving the conversation along at all. I think as a debate moderator, that's your job, to make sure the conversation moves. If there were, Candace mentioned there at the end that there were topics that they didn't get to touch on, well, that's kind of the moderator's fault if they didn't get to that, because he should have moved the conversation in that direction. And I think we maybe, I don't know if we'd have got even if they did cover those topics, would we have gotten a better debate? That's debatable. But thank you all so much for watching. If this is your first time tuning into us, we do a political commentary show Thursdays at 9:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Me and my boy Alex, who had to drop, his phone died. He was at work. He did the show on his lunch break and while he was at work. So shout out to Alex for jumping on when he could. But we do a political commentary show right here on both of our channels every Thursday night. It's a good time. We make fun of white liberals. We rapid fire is a segment that we do. We rapid fire headlines, give hot takes, cover the top news, cover X-Files. We go over conspiracies and aliens and UFOs and do that stuff too at the end. So it's a really good time. Make sure you check that out. Otherwise, God bless each and every one of y'all for tuning in. I do appreciate it. We'll see you next time.